morning. All right. We made it. Another week down. And for those of us in America, it's a long weekend, hopefully for everybody. So happy Saturday, everyone. Today we're going to play with some one-step paints. I got my set in the not the mail, UPS, whatever. Got it dropped off yesterday. So I've got a full set, 2 full sets. We won't talk about that though. And my special sauce medium, which is what I will be using. So I want to play with it. Hey, ABG. Happy Saturday. I'm good. How are you? Not gonna lie, I didn't get a lot of hobbying done. Good. That's good to hear. Yeah, sorry, I know we were kind of mid-conversation and I got distracted and suddenly you were, saying goodbye. Yeah, I didn't get a lot done this week. I started on a Twilight Jedi, did his lightsaber and did his skin, and I'm looking at it and saying I'm gonna redo the skin. I also, actually last Friday when I was in, your stream, ABG, I was priming all those clone troopers, and I primed them all white, and then, I think it was Monday, sitting in Monument Hobby stream, and someone asked a question about the black leather, for stormtroopers, and Jason said, "Oh, I just prime all mine black." And suddenly I started thinking, there's no way I can get in there for all those little black spots, the leather under the armor. There's no way I can get in there without hitting the white. So I reprimed all of these black. And that's really all I got done this week. So kind of a lazy week. But yeah, I mean some weeks are I'm just happy that I've sort of caught the bug again. It was kind of a rough, well, it's almost half a year now. For hobbying for me. Like I was doing so good last year and then this year I just kind of fell off. And it comes in spurts. I suddenly get the desire. Uh, but yeah, no, this schedule change with work is horrible. Um, yeah, life before stream. Although streaming is the only time that I'm really productive with painting. So I probably need to stream more so that I can paint more. But I'm gonna work on a single clone trooper because I want to test. I want to test out this one-step special sauce, and I got a recipe from Monument Hobbies on their stream yesterday, and I want to give it a shot. So let's switch cameras over. There we go. So I'm going to hit this guy with some black brush on primer too. I was kind of nervous with the rattle can, and you can see a lot of areas where I didn't get that black covering that white. And most of these, now that I'm got them in house, they all kind of look like that. Doing them outside, I don't know why, I just they looked more covered. They're covered in primer, just not stuff we need. So yeah, this was the Twi'lek I'm working on. And I'm having a really hard time getting the zoom on this camera, or not the zoom, the focus to work. So I don't know how well you can see that, but the colors that I picked after I don't know what's going on with his chin. After I glazed them, all the highlights, and they completely blended together, and it just looks like a single color. So I'm not happy with it. But we'll get to that. That's for later. Where are the rest of my toppers? Oh, they're here. Okay. So, the one step, they announced this, oh, shoot. This has to be, is it the beginning of this year? I think. And when they first started talking about how they were doing, it's a contrast paint. I should probably start with that. When they first announced it, they didn't have all the legal stuff in place, like copyright on the name. And so, in the stream, they were just calling it special sauce. And when they finally announced the official name, One Step, the name special sauce had already kind of stuck. Put this lid back on. And so the medium, they've labeled special sauce. And what the medium allows you to do is turn any one of their paints into a one-step paint. So, we are going to use a Zenithal dry brush. And then I'm going to mix the special sauce with a white blue. And the Zenithal, I'm just going to have this dark primer, this black primer, sorry. Might be, for the rest of these, since I'm going to have to do the same thing, I'll probably just take them in my, my airbrush booth. I think I've got, do I have the Monument Hobbies, black primer? I don't know if I ever got that. It definitely is. Well, it feels like it's a heavier black than the coal black, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, my first go with the rattle can, I went way too heavy, and so a number of these, I think I had 7 clone troopers that needed to get stripped, and well, I soaked them in isopropyl. And just reprimed them. Because as I found out, when you're using a rattle can, if you go too heavy, it causes the paint to crack. Which I guess is because when you apply it too heavy at once, the paint underneath hasn't dried yet. And so the paint above it dries, and the paint below it is still wet. And so as it's kind of expanding or outgassing, whatever you want to call it, it starts cracking through that outer layer. At that point, you gotta. Well, I've got a isopropyl alcohol bath that I use for my resin prints. So I just let it soak in there overnight. It didn't take all the paint off, but at least it got it to a point that I could spray prime over it. Yeah, I'll need to do more, but I just didn't want any paint to go to waste. Oh. Okay. Let's give this a second to dry and move this out of the way. So that's the brush-on primer, black. First time I've used that. I had a brush-on primer. Well, I have a brush-on primer for Army Painter. Oh, it's just a gray. But I bought one of my recent orders with Monument Hobbies. I bought their white and black brush-on primers. I'm gonna use a bunch of more brushes from them. And I had to do the make your own set. So I don't know if this dry brush will be too small, but the one in here is definitely too big. This will be nice. So we're just going to dry brush the bold titanium white. Give it a second more to dry. Still got a little shiny spots. So, good morning, Asiana. How are you? I'm gonna show off my new toys while we wait. So there's 12 colors in their one-step set. So we've got a warm brown, an orange, graphite gray, dark green brown, shadow flesh, which this is very separated. But I saw that was how their bottles look. Once you shake it up, you're fine. Graphite green, good morning, Texas Warsmith. How are you doing today? We've got crimson, dark blue black, warm yellow, dark green. Oh my goodness, my camera doesn't like me today. Blue, and royal purple. And then with that special sauce medium, like I said, you can turn any of the Pro Acrylic paints into a special sauce. Oh my goodness. We'll say this dark primer does not, or this black primer doesn't dry as fast as their normal paints. Yeah, so sorry, I'm gonna grab my white blue. So this is what I'm gonna mix with that special sauce. The advice I got yesterday in the Monument Hobby stream was not to use a pure white, just because there's no pigment to create those shadows or what have you. But using like an off-white, like the white blue, will be much better for that armor. And he showed, he's got that, the little model from Atomic Mass Games, guys that made these minis. Which I just had a moment. I'm holding this in front of the fan, and I just looked at my table and was thinking, where'd I go with it? It's early. Well, how is everybody doing? We actually got a few people in here. How is everybody's weekend starting? And what are we working on today? Hopefully everybody is hobbying. Okay, that's good enough. Well, you got the little kiddos, right? Are you planning on streaming tonight? Okay. I was kind of thinking of streaming late for game night. Hey, my horny toad. Nice. Yeah, those models look real cool. Anybody that's in here that is not following ABG, Adventure Built Gaming, you need to. Texas Warsmith, do you stream? Okay. But you do have a online store where you sell miniatures. Feel free to share that link for anybody that's in here. Yeah, I purchased the well, all of your Wild West guys. They give me that Rango vibe. Yeah, so everybody, feel free to go to that link, look at what he's got on his store. There's some pretty cool miniatures on there. The horny toad that he was talking about that he's painting, it's a very cool model. That whole I don't remember what you called it, but that the Wild West collection you got, those look very cool. Speaking of, I gotta remember, you're making the dock. Ah, nice. Yeah, I had a sale on my Etsy shop that I got in my alcohol bath right now that I gotta remember to ship out. Yeah, I turned off my stream elements. Um I think they're getting ready to either shut down or sell out. Or not sell out, sell to someone else. They're not sellouts. So a lot of my alerts, they already broke when I tried to add some custom channel point rewards or whatever. I'm gonna go a little heavy on this dry brush. That was the recommendation. Which may be a problem if I Art Strudel. Villainy Inks. Welcome in, Arch Strudel. Arch Strudel. Probably pronounced that wrong. Not the Strudel. Oh, pricing issue. You know, we had so I work for a precious metal manufacturer and distributor, and we had an issue with one of our prices the opposite way. Someone was able to buy 2 kilos of silver for $1,000 off on each, which brought that significantly lower than the price of silver, which explains why they bought 8 of them, which is still very expensive, but good thing that was caught, because 2 shipped out already, but we were able to stop the other orders. And I don't know how much heavier I want to go on this. Plus, I may have to go back in some of that leather stuff under it. Oh yeah. See, I get distracted very easy. I love this dry brush. I don't know if I've ever dry brushed with Monument Hobbies paints before, but this is I like this. So, sorry, I'll get back to my other thought in a second, which was about my stream elements in my Etsy store. This method is often called slap chop, but anytime someone says that in the Monument Hobbies stream, Jason always corrects them and says this is zenithal highlighting, because this method has been around much longer than the slap chop method. That always cracks me up when you can tell he does not like the term slap chop. Oh yeah. So I disabled my stream elements, but I do have a Etsy shop for physical miniatures. It's all World of Warcraft theme. There's 2 sculptors, My 3D Print Forge, and Imagine Minis that I have, what you want to call it, commercial license to sell their prints. For the most part, I only, almost only paint World of Warcraft themed miniatures. I'm kind of a Warcraft fanatic. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done much with it. I've got way more miniatures in my library than I've got on the shop. And so eventually I'm gonna need to decide if I'm gonna get serious or if I'm gonna keep being lazy. I prefer laziness. I also have some very, very overpriced painted miniatures on there. And they were painted. They're not bad. They're definitely not professionally painted, and they are not accurately priced. Eventually I'll fix that. Okay. I need a mixing cup. Come on, I know there's one open here. Actually, I'm gonna grab a few, because we might play with this a little more. So I should have these over here. Jello shot cups, perfect for mixing paints. especially something like this. But before I lied, uh, so I need to first, there's a few spots that are black. I need to fix those before because once I slap this, one step on, it's going to be very difficult to get in there without hitting that. So let's, okay, I have no idea how to get that back on, but I want a smaller brush than I usually use. Oh, wow. I realized, but I got some shaky hands today. Um, that's right. See, I told you, I get distracted very easily. I can't tell if that's my, I was gonna say, I may, I may still stream later. Uh, maybe. Sorry, I gotta pull up a couple images and find out what, some things are obvious black, some things are not as obvious. Yeah, usually Saturday nights, Monster Den mini streams. I kind of hang out in there and hobby. Um, this weekend, both tonight and tomorrow night, he will not be streaming. So I'm kind of toying with the idea of whether or not I maybe do a little streaming. Not sure yet. For America, we've got a 3-day weekend, most of us. So I've got Monday off. Oh yeah, his hands are black too. So kind of feel like I should capitalize on the extra time off I've got and not sure what on his back should be, uh, hmm. Oh, I've got 50, 60. I think after I put all my Republic army together, it was like 80 something. But there was also Wookiees in there, there were Jedi in there. Uh, I don't know how much more should be black. Is that all? Yeah, it is. Okay. So the smart thing to do would be to not just leave this bottle open. Um, yeah, because I've got this guy is from the well, there's three. It was a set for Clone Commander Cody. Maybe this guy wasn't part of that set. I don't remember which ones were part of his set or not, but his helmet is phase 2. These are phase 1, so I'm not sure which ones go with Clone Commander Cody. But there was that set of 3. There was the Clone Trooper starter set, or the Republic starter set that had a bunch of clone troopers, ARC troopers, ARF troopers. And then I got another set of ARF troopers. The starter set came with an Obi-Wan Kenobi and a Zabrak Jedi, which is like the same race as Darth Maul, but these are more brown and not the black and red. They're more like a dark brown and a lighter brown color. And then the ARF Trooper set came with another same Jedi. I didn't realize it. So I kind of did a kit bash with him, and I got that Jedi customizer set, so I just used one of those heads and made it work. Can't tell is, I think that is all black leather underneath. And there's still another set that I want to get. It's a, I think it's like the Heroes of the Republic. Comes with another Obi-Wan, which I don't really need. But then it also has a different Anakin Skywalker. And it has Captain Rex and Fives, and I think Echo, maybe? I have to look it up. So that's definitely armor. I may run the transparent black over his rifle. That might work. We'll see. Okay. Let us try this. Need to open this one up. Uh-oh. Yeah, my, what we call, because I always get yelled at when I say pile of shame, one of my European buddies, he always tells me it is a pile of opportunity. But my pile of opportunity is probably at now 100, maybe 150 built Star Wars Legion miniatures. There's about 200 3D printed Sun Elves. It's a one-page rules army. I think it's one-page rules compatible. And I probably still have 100 some Warcraft themed miniatures for my Horde army. It's not compatible with anything, I just made it like an army. Because reasons. I had the crazy idea after I printed off all of those Sun Elves. I was like, well, why don't I take all these various Warcraft sculpts I have. And make a... They're fun, but I'm running out of room for them. Alright, let's see if I, let's go back to my... See if I mix this right. So I think he just slops it on there. That's too much. Oh yeah, I'm making a mess. Hey, Sergeant Simpleton. Ah, okay. Well, I appreciate you stopping in, and I appreciate the follow. But, well, you're stuck at work, so I think it's safe to assume you're not hobbying right now, but, I don't know where I was going with that question. Because I was going to ask you if you were hobbying, but you already answered that. Yeah, I'll probably, oh, I don't know. I was kind of thinking of splitting my day up a little bit. Stream for a few hours this morning, and then, uh, maybe coming back on later day. We'll see. Um, I understand if you can't answer me because you are at work, but, do you stream at all? Ooh, Chaos Marines. I don't know if I put enough special sauce in here. I don't know how well everyone can see that. Ah, okay. No, it's kind of expensive. I mean, there are some cheaper options for stuff to, uh, you know, like the Logitech cameras. They're, well, they get to be about 100. Um, but, I mean, if it's not something you want to do, I don't want to try to convince you to do it. Because sometimes I'm not sure if I want to do it. Um, that's a very good question. I don't know. Because I thought this was part of the Clone Commander Cody set, but I'm not sure. So this might just be a shiny, because this is what they call them, stage 1, right? Or phase 1. Sorry, this is a phase 1 clone trooper, so he might just be a shiny. What I'm trying to do is, I got this Monument Hobbies special sauce medium, which I'm gonna put a little more in here. Because I don't feel like there was enough. Oops. Did I just get something on me? Maybe not. So I just kind of wanted to test out mixing this. And I'm using a... Oh, that was stupid. I'm using a recipe that Monument Hobbies recommended for clone troopers or stormtroopers. Never mix wet paints like this with your good brushes. That was kind of dumb. Okay. Yeah, so I right now I'm just kind of working on this one just to see if this method works. But I only built, I don't know, maybe a dozen as phase 1. And most everything else is phase 2. Okay, so that looks better. Sorry, as I said before, it's very easy for me to lose my train of thought, especially today. I may have partaken a little too much last night. Yeah, so what I did is sorry again. I primed these black, came in with just a Zenithal white dry brush, kind of like Slapchop. He is the sacrificial mini. Yes. He is well, I mean, he's already been primed twice. I originally primed all these white. My goal with what I was gonna do was prime them all white, and then no, not approving your time off. I was inscribed for 10 months. Does that mean I've been an affiliate for 10 months? Oh my goodness. I've got problems. See, now I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying? Oh, I primed them white. I was going to airbrush, is it cool gray? Yeah, cool gray. And then I was just gonna kind of edge highlight with a like a white. But I totally forgot about all of this black leather. You are going to approve my Tim E. He's not asking. He doesn't ask. I get an email that says, it doesn't say Inc. 1, but it says his actual name, has requested time off. And he already knows that I don't deny time off requests. So I don't know why he's asking if I'm going to approve it. It's always approved. You know that. The reports of me being an asshole were highly exaggerated. You respect who's Mountie boss? My boss. Sometimes you do. Yeah, I've got, how many employees do I have? Well, out on the production floor, it's, what, 6 total? Is that right? And half of them are off next Friday. It's gonna be fun. Well, 4 and 1 question mark 2. You gotta work on your typing, Inc. You guys are all slightly larger, so nobody counts as a half. Maybe like one person counts as 1.5. So Sergeant Simpleton, if you go to Inc. 1, give him a follow. He is a streamer. He is the one that you can blame. Okay. Go make your money. We'll chat later. Appreciate you popping in. But yes, everybody else in here, Inc. 1 is a streamer. Feel free to follow his channel. He is the one that you guys can blame for why I am here with my discombobulated thoughts. And there's another channel connected to him called Brain Rot. BRANE. And then it's _ ROT. Inc., if you got the link to that, you can share it. Yeah, thank you, Sergeant. He's been doing this for, what is it, a decade now? It's on their belts. It is still white. Why are you not a mod? I don't have any mods, but you probably should be one. Well, you can still post links. I don't have any, I know I need to set that up. I need to set a lot of stuff up. I don't have any, anything set up to prevent links. Yeah, 12 years. My goodness. Yeah, there you go. So that's a, it's a, well, kind of a mix. It's, started as a 3D sculpting stream. It's kind of morphed a little bit. But it's, I guess what I was saying, and I know Sergeant already, jet out, but when you said that wasn't on your bingo card, That is essentially every one of Ink's streams, and his friend Brain has adopted that same chaos. Did you? On Discord? I know I saw a post from you to the subscribers. It's done. That's what's up. I mean, it took a little while, but sometimes you just gotta paint the chair. And Ink 1 paints the chair. Yes, there is a story behind that, but we're not going to talk about it yet. Yeah, so that's the other thing. Ink is first an artist, and now a 3D sculptor, and is working on a comic book. Oh, you got that new shirt in? How does it look? Okay, this is gonna work, guys. This is gonna work. At first, because you can see the one leg is different. It's a brighter white. Although I could probably just add a little more to that left leg. So I've got to work on a little more consistency with this. I did just kind of slop it on. Looks good. Yeah, that shirt does look pretty rad. The image you sent, that might get added to my collection. Yeah. It's not the prettiest. Of course, there's a lot of touching up I'm going to have to do on this, and some other areas I might need to hit a little more. Brain's Guild of Hunters. What is his Guild of Hunters? Have we talked about this? I feel like that's a new concept. Ah, so War Hunters. Nice. I can get behind that. Can definitely get behind that. When did you stream? Did I miss it? Oh, okay. Oh, you saw him in Discord. Because don't the badges transfer to Discord or no? Ah, but it does, yeah, like in my chat, it's got the first for you instead of, the badges that I made. Just fine, but where you got rid of the first or? Ah, oh, shoot. All right. So not bad. That looks, that could work for a legion of clone troopers. That could definitely work. So like I said, that was the one step special sauce. Yeah, it's there's still a few things I'm looking at, I'm like, but it did keep some of the shadows. Some I got a little heavy with, so I gotta work on that, but um like yeah, this is, I'd be totally happy with this guy. Uh so what I don't know is do I wanna drop the transparent black on his rifle? Or do I want to mix a really dark gray with the special sauce? Wait, do I have a dark gray? See, I keep showing everybody these and forgetting which ones I have. Like, I wonder if this graphite gray would, well, the worst thing that could happen is it, doesn't look good. Yeah, 'cause this does look like a darker gray. We're gonna find out. Copy, copy. I'll be here. Maybe. Okay, let's let that dry. So just so everybody knows, I feel like a little kid. Because this is so exciting. Huh. All right, look at that rifle. Feel like it took out a little bit of the highlight. Also missed some spot, but yeah, I definitely missed some spots on here. But this, yeah, I dig this. Ah, yeah. So definitely some touch up I'm gonna have to do on this. I see some areas like on his uh this little part on his helmet. Sorry, this part. It looks like I did get some white in there. Uh, but I would say our initial experiment is very, very positive. I want to get some lids real quick. I don't know how well this stuff lasts in inside these cups with it covered. These Jello shot cups, but it would be nice to save that. If not, whatever. I did buy 2 bottles of the special sauce. Um as well as buying 2 packages of the one-step paints. Dang, where's our tough today? I just was real scared they were going to sell out real fast, which they haven't sold out yet. I think they've produced a lot. Yeah, they said on their first day, Monday, they had over 1,000 orders, which is crazy. And that's not even all of the stuff that they shipped out. Last week they shipped stuff out to the local game stores. So very, very exciting. I missed out on the Adepticon launch of these, the one-step paints. But you know, having watched them play with these paints on stream now, well, since before March, the excitement was definitely building up. Some of these spots are kind of tough. It's definitely a good thing that I reprimed these. Some of these areas, there's no way I would have been able to get without getting it. Because even doing some of these touch-ups, I'm having a hard time not hitting certain areas. Well, shoot. That's a clone trooper, guys. And we're an hour and 20 minutes in. Man, that is far from perfect. We'll definitely need to play around with some of this stuff, but this looks pretty good. Just need to drop some stuff on his base. Uh, and he's ready for the tabletop. So let's see. Where is he? Let's do Brown Earth. One of the Jedi that I was working on, I did like a tan ground. Maybe I want to stick with that golden Earth. Not tan, golden. For now. Ugh. So the great thing is second set of one-step paints are launching in July. And so you can use that special sauce to turn any of their paints into one step. Any of their standard pro acrylic paints. But sometimes it's easier to not have to worry about the mixing. Like, I'm learning with all the mixing, but it's still kind of a hassle. And while, like when I mix my glazes, it's much better that they are, see, I can't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. I'm really trying not to get this on his feet. It's better to have a thinner glaze than a heavier glaze. You can always, glaze over something multiple times, but if your glaze is too thick and you apply it, you're kind of screwed. But I always struggle with that, keeping that recipe, right? So sometimes it's nice to just have things pre-mixed or ready to go straight out the bottle. Which, that's one of my favorite things about Pro Acryl in general, I don't thin their paints down at all. Yeah, I did get some on his foot. I'll need to clean that up once this dries a bit. Yeah, that graphite gray is it's another game changer. This whole thing is a game changer. I love it. So that works with the white blue. It worked very well with the white blue. Let's see if I can fix that spot on his foot. Yeah. All right, ABG. Thanks for popping in. I will see you one way or the other this evening. Yeah. That is it's a beautiful clone trooper. I might add a bush or a rock, but I'm gonna let that facing terrain dry. Yeah, I think I can paint an army of clone troopers like that. That will definitely work. All right. So I don't know if I want to mess with this guy. Let's see what we can do. So first I want to drop some more of this fluorescent green on his lightsaber, just to thicken it a little bit. Yeah, just make that pop just a little more. And then I think we're gonna redo his skin. So, real question. We've got this one set blue. I just want to try something real quick. just because. Just testing it on 2 areas to see what it... So when I did the skin color, the mix I used, it didn't have a lot of contrast to it. You know what? Let's slap this on his face, too. I think I'll need to rebase. Maybe do some underpainting. But just kind of curious to see how this, what this does. It doesn't look half bad. So I think I might do just what I said. Rebase the skin. Do some underpainting. And then use this as kind of a filter of sorts. Maybe thin it down a bit. Because that as a final color would be nice. Yeah. That's what I think. So question. Let's go to my use sheet. If I do a dark blue, a blue, and a sky blue, or maybe even a white blue. Dark purple. Where's my blues? So maybe that. Dark blue, blue, and sky blue. Drop the one step over as a filter. See what we get from there. Where are we? Okay. Let's at least get this base coat before I need to get some RT and I might thin down the one step. See what that does. So I think thinking you can just use that special sauce to thin down the one step too. Pretty sure that's what he said. So I do want that was the one thing his that clone trooper I just did. I think maybe I should have thinned down that graphite gray. I may still dry brush a highlight on that. Just a small one on that rifle. Use like I don't know, one of the grays, the darker grays. Yeah, the possibilities going through my head for this one step as a filter, they are endless. Tupad, I am good. How are you? It's been a minute. No, this is it's just a random Twi'lek? Yeah, just a random Twi'lek Jedi. Um, this came out of the Jedi Customizer set. I think that's this one. Yeah, it was one of the. I am testing out the sun is shining, summer is nearly there. Legion. Yes. Um it's not impossible, but it's a little more difficult to find Star Wars miniatures. They're there. There's a few that I follow, but like if I want to print off an army of clone troopers, it's kind of limited. Miniatures like this, I think, um, probably be easier to find since this is more like a one-off. But no, I've been collecting a bunch of the Legion stuff. Yeah, see, you're in a little bit of a nicer climate during the summer. Out here in Vegas, where the gates of hell open for us, I'm not that excited about summer. Now, you know me, I'm not, I don't play. That requires me to leave the house. I have a hard enough time leaving the house to go to work. Although, I mean, maybe I'll paint these armies up and make my girlfriend play with me. Okay. Yeah, so I just, mostly finished this bad boy. And I did this, um, oh yeah. No, it already got, it already broke 100 out here. It actually cooled down a little over a week ago, but we're back in the 90s, Fahrenheit. Um, so yeah, it's warm. We're, uh, we're here. The next 4 months. Winters are great. Not having to deal with all the snow and, uh, our idea of, cold weather is like 40s, 50s, Fahrenheit. It's still cold, but you can get away with wearing a hoodie. It's kind of nice. Um, yeah, so this clone trooper I did with, 38 Celsius. Yeah. No, 100 is, and it will get to 115 Fahrenheit here. We had one year it hit like 118. It's miserable. Um, so I primed it black. There's another area I missed. Got a little touch up on this guy. Primed him black, and then I did a zenithal white dry brush, and then I mixed white blue with this one step special sauce. It's 23 Celsius without cooling system. What is, oh yeah, Zenithal, especially, so this one step, for Monument Hobbies is, it's a contrast, paint. And with this special sauce, you can turn any of their acrylic line, into, a contrast. And so the white blue over that black and white Zenithal was, I mean, this is my first time doing it, so there's some sloppy areas. But hour and a half, minus the prime time. But yeah, this, I'm pleased. Very pleased. So, that was my test. I've got, I don't know, 80, 70-ish more clones. I had originally primed them Rattle Can White, and then I reprimed them, Rattle Can Black, so a lot of them are like this, where you can see all the areas I missed. So I've got that black brush-on primer I'll have to go over. Now that I got them inside, they looked better outside. Now they're inside, I see all the areas I missed with the rattle can. So I'll probably just, actually, I won't even use the brush-on primer. I'll probably take these in my airbrush booth and go to town with black. I might just airbrush coal black. They're already primed, both white and black, so I'm not worried about using a primer again. All that white you see is white primer. So yeah, I'll just airbrush the black and call it a day. But that's why I'm moving on to this Jedi. That's gonna be a little work. With D-Day U.S. soldiers. What brand? And did you get your StarCraft miniatures yet? Oh, okay. That'll look very cool. When you're done, post it in the Discord, please. I'd love to see that, as always. Yeah, I saw the email that the pre-orders are shipping soon, but I thought maybe, since they're coming out of Europe, that, yours might have already shipped. But I guess not. Yeah, everybody else that went to Adepticon or some of the larger streamers got stuff shipped to them. Oh, really? Nice. It's the only time it's in the miniature world that it's good to be American. Because you guys get everything. Well, I don't know what I'm gonna do, because I've got all these Star Wars miniatures. I've got all these Warcraft miniatures. I've got too much to do. I was talking about you in the beginning of the stream. How you scold me every time I call it my pile of shame. I'm slowly changing my ways to my pile of opportunity. And my pile of opportunity is we're close to 500 miniatures right now. Oh yeah. And this week, pile of treasures. this week, this is the only one I've gotten done. Um, I've not been the most productive. I started on this guy, painted his lightsaber, which is just white with I thought it was you that said it was the pile of opportunities. Maybe it's someone else. But I know you're the one that always scolds me every time I talk about my pile of shame. Pile of treasures, that works as well. Um, yeah, I did this is just white with fluorescent green, and then I painted his skin, and it looked like, I don't know if my colors didn't have enough distinction, but you couldn't tell shadow from highlight after I glazed it. So I'm redoing his skin. I'm gonna do well, I already base coated the dark blue. I'm gonna do blue, sky blue for the highlights, and then I'm gonna thin down the one step blue and use that as my glaze. During the Paris Expo, Guards of Trader's Toll will be scheduled in 2027. Um, did you guys just have a big couple big conventions? I mean, there was the big one in England. Isn't there another one going on right now or last week? And I thought there was something going on in Paris right now or somewhere on this time frame. There's something going on in Poland, maybe? Salute and UK Games Expo. That might be what I remember. There was another big one that I think you were talking about that happened maybe a month ago in England. Yes, Essen, of course, is the big one that everyone talks about. Uh, Ludiverse. Yeah, yeah, Ludiverse. Didn't that just happen? And did you go to Ludiverse? Or is it still gonna happen? I know there was like My Mini Factory was talking about it just happened. Because they were talking about being there and they had a bunch of photos on their main page for Ludiverse. I feel like I heard some other streamers talking about Ludiverse. But yeah, did you end up going? Oh, dang. Yeah, that sounds like a lot. But the game is fun. See, I'm not opposed to playing these games. I don't really go out much, so finding any people to play with just kind of doesn't happen. Fun and interesting. I mean, I've heard a lot of good stuff about it. I mean, obviously, I got on the pre-order, but for me, it's more about just getting the miniatures, painting. Ooh, it's gonna be rough. I'm having a hard time getting up close on this. Boy, hey. I'm gonna try to get this color finished, but then I'm gonna have to take a quick break. What you cooking? Yeah, we got Memorial Day this weekend, Monday. I do kind of want to grill something up. Maybe throw something on the smoker. No, thank you. We do not need AI viewers. No, thank you. That is a new one, though. Usually it's the Stream Boo best viewers. Oh, Monday is off for you guys too? So you get a 3-day weekend as well. Yeah, I kind of want to, I don't know, maybe throw a tri-tip on the smoker. Some burgers. I don't know. I want to do all this stuff, but I'm so lazy. What is wrong with me? It's the same reason I haven't fixed my alerts, and I still haven't figured out these camera settings because I can see I've got a glare again. Oh, oh yeah, I also need to pull that miniature out of the alcohol bath. I gotta get that thing shipped out. Sorry, thinking out loud. Don't mind me. Don't mind the ramblings of the crazy one. I don't think there'll be any adjustments to my stream schedule this weekend, other than maybe streaming a little bit tonight, maybe. Haven't fully made a decision on that. It's just usually Monster Den Minis is on Saturdays and Sunday nights, and I am a regular participant there. But he is not streaming tonight or tomorrow night. Part of me is saying, well, maybe I should. I don't know. See, part of the issue I think that I had with this, sorry, jumping topics, is there's not a lot of detail on this guy's face. Like, not that there's not a lot of detail. He just has very soft facial features. It's not like he has, distinct, like cheeks, and so I'm kind of adding some of that in the way the shadows would hit off his cheeks. Some of this I'm just not that good at in general. We're getting there. We are getting there. Okay. Um, give me a few minutes. I'm gonna go. I gotta mess with that model that's in the alcohol bath. So that I can try to get that thing shipped out this weekend. And I need to get some tea and something to help with my shaky hands, especially as I get some of the finer details on his skin. Yeah, give me a few. I will be right back. We'll play some more with this one step. So, hang out. All right, we're back. Hit a NOS energy drink. That sometimes helps with shaky hands. Hopefully it helps today. Yeah, while I was away, suddenly I heard, I don't know if it was just me or if it affected all the audio, but the headset started getting weird and then it just turned off. But seems like we're good, I think. All right. Oh, I forgot. Washed my thumb palette off. But I'm gonna want where these colors dry because I'm gonna want to test that with that one step blue after I thin it a little bit. What that's gonna do, what that's gonna look like before I slap it on the model. That is why you have a thumb palette. I can say what is the greatest thing that I learned in the Monument Hobby stream? It's probably the use of the thumb palette. So like I was saying before, this this guy has very soft facial features. So a lot of this I'm just adding on my own. I don't know if it'll look good. We'll see. I can tell you right now, this doesn't look good. But I'm hoping once I put that filter over, that'll unify this a little more. Okay. So first, let's just see what it looks like. Straight out the bottle. That might work. It may work just like that without thinning it at all. All right. Well, guys, so my highlight placement is a little off, but oh, this dang camera. You know, I got this fancy camera, and I can't figure out the settings on this because I'm getting a horrible glare from my lights. But I mean, I don't know how well you guys can see that. Using that as a filter, the only thing I would say is I wish his skin was a little bit brighter, but I'm happy. Like, maybe I should have went to higher values, instead of dark blue, blue, and sky blue. Maybe I should have done blue, sky blue, and then white blue. Because this did darken it a little. But that's all right. Okay. Excuse me. So we're going to... I don't even know what some of these things are. Did that change anything? Oh yeah, that definitely changes stuff. So that increases the vibrancy of my colors. What about brightness? So the real question is, if I do that, does that take out some of that glare? Doesn't want to focus on him, but... oh. I don't know if that's helping or not. Don't mind me. It's backlight compensation. Hey, face man. You can see it better now? It definitely got rid of that glare that was there. There's a lot of settings. I don't know what I'm messing with. So, I mean, I changed the vibrance. That added a lot of color into it. I don't know even what a gamma is. I wonder if I play with the saturation. Yeah, it really was. And I feel like I don't have enough light here, but the more light... Okay, I don't know what that did, but I think I want to turn that off. Oh, okay. Um, yeah, because what I can see with my eyes and what you guys are seeing, it's taking all the detail out. Not that my painting is all that great. I'd still kind of like you guys to see it. Well, as long as that is better. Wait, now it's doing something weird. Um, okay, whatever I just changed. Yeah, I agree, but I'd also like you guys to be able to see what I'm doing. So I think when I messed with the sharpness, it did something weird. Now it's still doing it even after I brought that back down. So let's leave that at 1, because that does seem to make it a little more. Yeah, that's doing something weird. Oh, I hate cameras. Well, I appreciate you hanging out here. I am very much still learning. Um, and I know you've been in the right streams. Um, Smiling Beagle stream, Monster Den Minis. I know I saw you in Monument Hobbies too, and that one is uh, Monster Den Mini stream is fun, but he's also a very good teacher. And Monument Hobbies, uh, well, they're actually very fun as well. But they're, I would say, since I've been in those streams, especially Monument Hobbies, I've never uh, the speed at which I learn was a lot. Ah, okay. What type of glasses are you gonna get? I've got um I've got these Amazon Chinese Yakto Sun, and these work pretty well. They've got a pretty good light. Maybe that's what I should be using. It's just sometimes it's hard to not use them, it's hard to use them. So it's all situational for me. Um ooh, those are dusty. Even bye, love you. Um I kinda wanna get like maybe readers. They're just normal glasses. These sometimes hurt. Um so it's kinda hard to I don't always use them. I don't use them as much as I should, that's for sure. Um but yeah, no, you're on the right path. Hanging out in the streams that you've been, and even, it took me a long time to do my first bust. Um, Actually, I got a little lazy near the end, but a different bust than what you got, but still Gul'dan. Um, this was fun. This was really fun. I mean, he's just a cool. Okay, I've seen those. That brand I've seen at least. Um, but yeah, no, the fact that you started on a bus, I think that's actually awesome. It's a really good idea because you're learning it on such a bigger scale that excuse me, it'll be easier to then put it on a small scale. Sorry, this is going to drive me crazy. I'll have to read up on this. Um, your Discord, or I mean, yeah, I seen yours. Yeah, I saw your Gul'dan. No, I was showing my girlfriend that this morning. Um, because I got a few followers yesterday randomly, and you were one of them. And so I was pulling up your Gul'dan and showing because that's I don't have a thing set up where I can pull it up for everyone in the stream. At least I don't think, do I? Do I have a scene? Maybe I do. Well, we're about to find out. See if oh, hopefully you could hear what I was saying, right? I don't know if that I don't know if the audio was active in that whatever that scene. I'll have to work on that. But no, what I was saying, if the audio wasn't working, um, that looks amazing. Like you are worlds ahead of where a first time painter should be. Ah, bummer. Okay, I gotta fix that, but another day. I still gotta fix all my alerts, and I got rid of stream elements, because I broke all my alerts, and um I broke them when I tried to add some channel points rewards. Uh, and I still haven't fixed that, and that was weeks ago. So I'm I'm lazy right now. But yeah, so no, that bus looks amazing. Ooh, my Master Yoda package was delivered. Nice. Sorry, distractions. Okay. Well, like I said, I will have to read up on some of these settings because it's doing some weird color thing now. Yeah, something ain't right. Oh, this is gonna kill me. I love and hate technology. Oh, that didn't change anything. Why is it doing that? Backlight compensation? Nope. It's not that. A Fallout NCR Ranger. Oh, okay. Oh, so you got a 3D printer. Oh no, you were talking about you got a filament printer. See, but this is creating that glare. That's what's doing it, though. So in this high dynamic range, HDR, this is what's creating that weird thing. Still exposure, correct the exposure of overly dark areas while maintaining exposure of neutral areas. What does that even mean? See, that's what's creating this weird... Okay, so let's mess with that. Oh, see, that's still doing weird stuff. Oh my goodness, I hate this. Um, okay. I don't want to keep messing with this because I feel like I'm making it worse. Yeah, it's I've got a Bamboo H2D, and it works great. Like printing terrain pieces. I haven't used it really for busts or miniatures, but I've got a resin printer. I actually have 2 resin printers. We're not going to talk about how many printers I have. I have a problem. Ooh, that's still hot. Yeah, I printed a it's called an ATTE. It's the one of the walkers from the Clone Wars. I think they had him in, yeah, they had him in the movie Attack of the Clones. Uh, so it's like a smaller version of the Imperial Walker that we saw in The Empire Strikes Back. Uh, but yeah, I got that model off Gambody, and I need to do something with it now. All in good time. All right, let's close some of these windows. So I need... All right, let me... In the whips, the workbench whips. Oh, dang. I'm gonna pull it up on screen real quick, since we already know the audio goes away. Actually, I think I can. One sec. Okay. So I was hoping I could just add that. Oh, it is a microphone. Okay. Oh well. Um, no, that looks really good for filament print. Uh, Surprisingly good quality. Did you have to sand any of it? And what kind of filament printer do you have? And yeah, I totally get that. With the grandkids and the toxins, I keep mine in a. I have what I call my nerd room. And it's in there, and I know I shouldn't be breathing it either, but I'm kind of a. Sometimes I'm a dumbass. Same reason why I lick my brush all the time. Uh, yeah, you wanna. You can get some type of like filtration systems with that. Uh, for resin, because like resin is like I really love using my resin printer. I love what it's able to do. Uh, but yeah, there's challenges with it for sure. Eh, sometimes you can get away without it. Um, like I don't think when I printed that ATTE, I didn't have to no, I didn't really have to sand much. There were a few pieces I did that got a little rough, but for the most part, it came out pretty well. So a lot of times you can get away with um not cleaning up where the supports were. Um, oh, okay, that's a very good printer. Um, I do have that one as well. It is currently covered in miniatures. Um, I'm not. Neither of my printers are running right now. I've got so much, so much of a backlog. Even of like terrain pieces. I've got that ATTE. I've got a medieval barracks. That's a big boy. It's like I don't know, 2 by 2 feet, something like that, around there. Um, and maybe I don't know, 8 to 12 inches tall. It's not a foot tall. It's tall though. It's a 2-story, meant for 32 millimeter figures. Um, and then I've got other stuff that I'm still working on. Oh, I've got this giant Oriental building sitting over here, just primed, waiting for me. Uh, so yeah, it's my printers are idle, and I've got miniatures all over my the bed of my A1. But yeah, the Bamboo lab printers. So you start messing with the quality settings, those come a lot closer to um, resin quality. Yeah, that's not a problem. Um, like all of these are all purchased. Oh, that is gonna drive me crazy. Sorry, it's doing that weird. I don't know if you can see that. Like it's almost like prismatic. Um, Yeah, these are all physically purchased. I wonder if it does that on a... Yeah, it does. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix that. Alright. Yeah, all the Star Wars Legion are purchased. I did the pre-order for StarCraft. Actually, nobody sculpts StarCraft miniatures. I've got a ton of Warcraft themed miniatures, but nobody. I think I've seen a total of 3 models for StarCraft. So those are going to be all physical purchased. Um, well, right now it's killing some of the glare, but you can see how it keeps sort of coming back. And I can't figure out even what setting I changed. So let's do this. Let's undo everything. We'll do this scientifically. Okay. Ignores areas of brightness in a scene, reducing underswipes. So backlight compensation. That didn't do much. But that glare is insane. Yeah, moving the lights doesn't help either. Okay. I apologize to everyone in here. One, I didn't realize the glare was that bad, and now that I'm messing with stuff, it's, I know this is taking up a lot of time, but like I said, I want you guys to be able to see what I'm doing. Okay, so that didn't change anything. Whoa. Okay. So it's at 2.25. Well, I had that backlight compensation on, but that didn't seem to do much. So this is the gamma. I don't even know what that means, but it definitely darkened everything. But now it's doing that same... Yeah, but see now how it's... As I move it, it's causing a weird light flicker on the model. Yeah, see, I don't see any difference. Here, let's turn this off. So this is normal right now. The backlight compensation, it didn't affect it. It just... So contrast... Let's, So that's full contrast right there. Well, let's that guy isn't horrible, but what does it look like on the clone? Yeah, see, pretty glary. We can't have that if I'm gonna paint a bunch of so the white balance is set to auto. Whoa. That was not what I wanted to do. Um, you know, the blue doesn't glare as bad. Yeah, the blue doesn't glare as bad. So what is... So this is the white balance. Okay, so that... That doesn't really help with the glare. Let's set that back to auto. Wait. See, now it's doing that. Well, maybe not that bad. So the compensation... Let's see, what... Eventually I'm gonna have to finish this model. So that might work. For now. I still gotta mess with more settings, because it's still funny, but... That might do it. For now. At least we don't have the glare. It's... No, it's still doing that weird thing on his cloak, but only on the white. Yeah. I could zoom the camera in more. My only problem with that is if I start painting outside the view. I would like to get this automated on a Stream Deck. Because there are times where I would like to just zoom in and... Yeah, I think it's pretty much on that white. Oh, oh, that was not the right one. That didn't work either. was not. Oh. Well, I think once I slap some paint on it, that may resolve some of that. Which I am still kind of having a hard time figuring out. I want this to be a cream. Kind of a cream. Oh, I'm with you. Every time I gotta mess with camera settings, audio settings, it was a nightmare setting up. I use Voice Meter Potato. Voice Meter Potato. Wow. Um, and that way, like the music you guys are listening to, it's video game music. I don't have to worry about copyright stuff. Um, the music I'm listening to is, I think, I don't know who's playing right now, but it's like 90s, 2000, early 2000s alternative. So I have stuff separated. Setting that up, it was horrible. And just all of the technology stuff. That's actually where and I'll do that with this. I will employ AI to help me with. It's Camo is the software. I've got a Razer Kio camera. And I will employ AI to tell me what to do. Or maybe a Google search. Although now Google, you do a Google search, your first answer is AI. You can't escape it. Oh. I don't know what. I need to get cream cloak. Or what, not cloak. Well, let's see what this does. Always remember, if what you're doing doesn't work out, you can always repaint it. So I'm going to try a little mixing. I am trying to sort of replicate the box art. Just a little bit. I know you're not supposed to do that. Because when you look at the box art, you just get depressed. That's alright. I know I'm not as good as the guys that did the box art, and that's fine. One day. What is CM Games? I don't know if that's dark enough for a shadow. Oh well. It'll work. It'll have to work. Also, are you stateside? think that's going to be dark enough. Card games mates. Okay. Is it a local game store? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, we've got a few game stores out here in Vegas. We do have a Games Workshop. But I've never gotten into Warhammer miniatures or paint. I've got a few what are they, the Citadel paints or whatever they call them. I got a few of them. Some of their effect paints I like. Uh, yeah, I don't feel like this is going to be dark enough, and I totally got this on his hand. That is what you don't want to do. Yes. Um, but specific ones, like a lot of these Legion miniatures, I bought off Amazon. Um, okay, looks like I fixed his hand. Um, yeah, there's a lot of miniature painting supplies on Amazon. You can even find like the Army Painter paints on Amazon. Um, they even have, well, they've got like Warhammer. There's a lot of uh, oh yeah, yeah. It's it's coming from the manufacturer. So like for example, Asmodee, um, they're the ones that own Atomic Mass Games that make the Legion. They have a store on Amazon. And a lot of that stuff, well, like me living in Vegas, they have a lot of those sets at their warehouse. So I can get them in, maybe not same day. Um, some of them I have, but a lot of them you get, 2 day. But yeah, it's the same. Like the Star Wars Legion is the same that you'd find in store. Now, don't get me wrong, I do like to support my local hobby stores. Um, so I don't want to, I don't want any of them to go out of business or what have you. But a lot of times it's also availability. Um, there is one convention for miniature painters, the Las Vegas Open. and I guess that's a pretty big one. I have never went. I've never been to any miniature painting convention. I wanted to go to Adepticon, but I feel as I get older, I just get more and more, I don't want to say social anxiety, but like I just don't want to go anywhere. I don't want to go out and be around a bunch of crowds, and I don't think it's full on social anxiety, but it definitely, like, uh as Adepticon started getting closer and closer and tickets started going on sale, like I just, the more I think about it, the more, like, it almost stressed me out. I don't know if I like this workup. Yeah, it's just gotten, I mean, I've never really liked crowds, but it's gotten worse and worse. Um, I mean, it was pretty bad when my daughter was real young. Um, it was really hard for me to be in large groups. And with Vegas, if the city is, it's for adults. So when there's events for children, everyone in the city is there and it's a nightmare. But at the same time, like we have a really, really cool community. Um, and we're all a bunch of nerds. We are as weird as you can imagine. Um, and being able to meet a lot of these people in person, it would probably be a blast. So I think I need to just get over it, and like I need to get to Adepticon next year. That's a non-negotiable. Like it looked, some of the photos, it looked fun. I probably would have had a blast. Why am I such a loser? Like I said, we are all, see the pictures and you're like, oh my goodness, we're all a bunch of nerds. Uh, the good kind though. I don't like this as a shadow color. This is not, this is not what I wanted. I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep going. I mean, this is a, it's gonna be creamy looking. We'll have to see. It almost needs to be more light brownish. This is probably the most difficult aspect of painting for me. Uh, it was a lot different when I was using the Army Painter Fanatics. They have their color triads. Actually, sorry, Fanatics came out with I think you call it a hexad. Because they have the triad system, but there's 6 colors in each, and you just pick 3 out. One is your shadow, one is your mid, and one is your highlights. And so that made things very easy. But the more I'm learning, the more I realize that's not how a lot of the professional painters do it. Like if well, you've been in Monument's stream. Jason constantly uses uh like dark purple is his go-to for any shadow. And it works. Like a red skin. I did a couple red skin orcs and using actually I used royal purple, I think. Um Using royal purple as the shadow was perfect. Uh and green skin, I've done some green skin orcs that uh yeah, he talks about it a lot. One thing you'll find, which this is awesome about him, a lot of times people ask the same questions each day on stuff like that, because not everyone's in the same streams, and he always answers. His level of patience is very commendable. Someone even asked him, like, does it ever annoy you answering the same questions over and over again? He's like, no, these are the basics that a lot of people don't have, and it's what makes him such a great teacher. But yeah, so going in his stream has really opened up me to um well, like mixing colors and using different kind of like families of well, exactly what he was explaining. That was the day where he pulled out all those different colors to show shadow base highlight or shadow mid highlight, whatever you want to call it. I should probably be putting this on my thumb palette too. I don't know if I will put a filter on this, but if I do, I'll want that on there. Heron? Are they a sculptor or is that a site? Oh, it's a sculptor. Hmm. Speaking of, give me 1 second. I gotta flip this miniature over on my carrying station. I don't think I'm gonna get it shipped out today, but if I could at least get it, I guess it will be dropped off Tuesday. Because they're not gonna be it's the post office and no one's gonna be open to receive a package. Um is he on like My Mini Factory or that's kind of my go-to uh uh for a lot of miniatures. Oh, on their Maker Lab thing, whatever that's called. I think I know what you're talking about. I will have to check that out. I've only done a few things on their Maker Lab. They're more like practical, like bed scrapers, um, or the poop catchers. All about them poop catchers. Uh, uh, lots of notifications. Yeah, it's fun. I do have I've got that book that he was talking about yesterday. He's brought it up a bunch of times. Uh, I bought both of them and I haven't touched them. Color and Light and Imaginative Realism. They're written by James Gurney, the creator of Dinotopia. And I got them both on Amazon. Um, and he talks about it a lot, so I need to start digging into these. Especially as it pertains to like color theory and all that. Uh, yeah. He talks about it a lot and recommends it, so uh, what did I oh yeah, I put the gray down. I need ivory. Yeah, I'm learning a lot. Learning a lot. You know, even concepts like warmer colors, cooler colors, like it's a very basic concept, but I guess I just never thought about it prior to this hobby. Uh, it's important. Yeah, they sell them on Amazon. I don't remember how much they were. I felt like they were a little pricier. Um, but yeah, he constantly brings that up in regard to color theory, especially like about mixing, uh, like mixing paints and stuff like that. Oh, those are great too. Um, they've got a few of them. That's that you get with yeah, they have some when you go to like hobby stores, they have them that they just hand out. Um and then when you buy certain sets from them, sometimes it's the same and sometimes they have different ones. Did you get the one on the how to paint the space orcs with the, I think it was like the yellow armor? Yeah, they've got a few of them. Depending on what you get, like what models or what set or whatever you get. Um, and those are very helpful. And that's the thing, like I love Monument Hobbies. Um, ever since I started with the Pro Acryl paints, um, I almost never use any other paints. Um, but at the same time, like I oh, I've got an army painter cutting mat here. And army painter is what I cut my teeth on. And although if you listen to me talk, you would think that oh yeah, I remember you saying that. That it was craft paint. Um, I don't remember. I think I got the beginner set for Fanatics because that's what you got. It was the Fanatics. I think I remember you saying that in someone's stream. Um, I don't even know if you guys can see what I'm doing. I'm looking at buying a stream deck that I can put this on auto zoom. Yeah, so I think I got the beginner set, and then little by little, I just started building up my Fanatics collection. I use this Paint Rack app. Um, and I was tracking all the paints and just little by little adding more and more until eventually I had well, I eventually collected all of them. Uh, excuse me. I would make one recommendation. Um, look at the John Blanche sets. There's one that has ironclad gray. I think now they sell it individually, but you may have to order that online. If you're gonna stick with the army painters, you're gonna want that one. It's a very dark gray. Otherwise, your jump from black to the next gray is it's too much of a jump. Oh, that I can agree with. You should definitely. And they've got They've got all the grays as well. I love their dark neutral gray. Their dark warm gray is good too, but um, it's that whole warm versus cool that I'm still learning. Um, I'm not sure. I'm at about 3.5 hours. I was toying with the idea of taking a break and then coming back later, but I really don't know. I mean, I'm kind of going, and some of the challenges with like the shaky hands and the eyes are good, so I think I'll keep going for a bit. Ah, barbecue. Yeah, see, I'm also getting hungry. So I might still be on for a bit. I try to do about 4-ish hours, give or take. But like I said, I might come back on later. Um, Monster Den Minis will not be on tonight, so part of me wants to jump on. But then they also Beagle's gonna be on later, and I love sitting in his stream. They're gonna be doing their whole paint together with Painty Paints. He's another one to follow. Um, I I don't I don't think the Lion Collective will be in there, but I kind of like hanging out in that stream. So alternatively, I might stream tomorrow. We'll see. Ah, good, good. Yeah, he's another good one to follow, and he's fun. This cat's great. That's the most important thing of his stream. It's that Torty. But yeah, go get some barbecue. Eat some for me. I'm gonna think about barbecue because I want a barbecue. Maybe Monday. Sounds good. Hey, I appreciate it, and I will say, as I've learned sitting in other people's streams, it's it always makes it easier when there's someone to chat with. So I greatly appreciate it. So have fun eating some good food. Yeah, if I'm not on, I'll probably see you in someone else's stream too. Y'all, y'all cross paths eventually in this community, which I love. You as well, and a good weekend if I don't catch you on. Hopefully my camera will be better next time you're on. Better functioning. Now this color scheme might work. It's a little different than what I was expecting or what I was going for. But I did just kind of search up. I needed a creamy cloth color. I don't know if I will. Oh, that's another question I want to ask to someone smarter than me. Is the use of glazes or filters? And do people glaze everything? Like doing this cloth, when I'm done, should I put a glaze or a filter over it? Or are there some things that you just leave? These are the questions that I've got. I'll have to ask that on Tuesday. But I might not glaze over this. I may just kind of leave it as is. One second, I know I'm going quiet. Um, yeah, so I might come back later tonight. I'm gonna give it a little more time. As long as I'm good. Uh, I'm gonna keep rolling. Uh, that's always the thing is when I'm in my rhythm, I don't want to break it. And but I also Probably need to rest a little. Uh, so, this weekend, it's a 3-day weekend. We used to, at my job, we used to have these every weekend. So we were on a Monday to Thursday schedule. Nada. Um, but there were some elements at the top of the company, at our HQ in Canada, uh, working in precious metal. There were concerns about end of month inventories, and being a publicly traded company, there were legal obligations uh, to get inventories in a timely fashion for end of month. And it was one of those kind of very annoying things. They didn't communicate any of this, like the legalities of it. I've never worked. Let me rephrase that. I worked at a publicly traded company for about a year, but I never dealt with any of that. Uh, and so, rather than saying, "Hey, for end of month inventory, we've got to figure out how we can get it within this time frame because of the laws," they just kind of push more and more for us to be 5 days, which was a whole bunch of bull. So we went from working Monday to Thursday. Factory guys, the hourly, they were working 412s. Uh, so I was salaried, so I was working 410s, which I will give credits. Not having to work stupid crazy hours like that is kind of nice. But because every other salary job I've ever been at, it was like 45 to 50 minimum. But that change happened, and uh, I'm gonna do this my method. brushing it out. Sometimes I don't want to put so much on my palette, have all that left over. So I just guesstimate, brush it out. I don't know if this is really going to work. I feel like this is kind of a weird. Oh, we'll see. So we call them Finance Fridays. Because finance was the ultimate responsible party for why we get to work on Fridays. And I know that's how a lot of people work, Monday to Friday. But I hate it. As I've joked before, I feel like I leave work Friday, and 5 minutes later it's Sunday night. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna glaze over this. This is such a weird color combo. It seems to be working, but it's strange though. So I only tell that story. Basically say I don't have a set stream schedule anymore. I mean, I'm always here Fridays, or sorry, I'm always here Saturdays. But that's the only day that is set in stone. And since this change of the schedule, I think I've only streamed once a week. Oops, that's not one time, and that was on May 4th for Star Wars. Uh, I want to. I want to find another day. My only challenge is I get up at like 2 a.m. to go to the gym. And so by the time I get out of work at 2 p.m., I'm just beat. And so even though I've got all this time now in the afternoon, like a lot of it's wasted. Because when I'm super tired, I can't focus on stuff like this. So this is a very weird cream color. Because it looks salmon. This camera. Um, this looks like a salmon color. Yeah, we're not anyways. I don't even know if I want to leave it. I don't know. Let me pop my camel back up and let's see if I can. Like, that is such a weird cream color. This is the recipe it pulled up for cream. Like I said, and I think it's the tan flesh, which just kind of doesn't sit right with this color combo. Like the grayish, the bright warm gray makes sense. The ivory kind of makes sense, but it's I don't know. I don't know if this works. Uh, well, we're gonna leave that for now. Um, I'm going to take a shortish break. I just don't know if that's gonna look good under a brown tunic or the thing over his chest and kind of like it. This is the under tunic. I don't know. I feel like it needs to be a whiter, like no tan flesh. Let me think. I'm gonna take a quick break, and I will be right back. Hang out. Alright. So I'm gonna rethink this. I'm really convinced, if I can find it, that this needs to end in khaki. Because it needs to have more of a browner hue. So less creamy, more... Because the tan flesh, it's tan, but it's flesh colored, so it's deceiving. Uh, so maybe a bright brown gray. Oh, I don't think khaki is right. This is where I struggle. This is definitely where I struggle. So let's 86 the khaki. Where did I pull that from? Right there. Okay. So I think bright brown gray in my shadows. We're going to do it with these three. Bright brown gray, bright warm gray, and ivory. And I'll do some mixes. Oops. Got my stream manager. There we go. Yep. We're going to do it. So we'll go ahead and we'll do a pure light brown gray in my shadows. So like I was saying before, uh, this is the beauty of miniature painting and learning. You don't like it? Just paint over it. We're all learning what works, learning what doesn't work. Sometimes you try a color combo and looks like flaming dumpster fire trash. I will say, I mean, this didn't look bad in the sense of, uh, I'm kind of, not to sound full of myself, but I'm kind of impressed with how I was able to get the, shadows, mids, highlights, all of that on this cloth. It looked better than usual. Too bad I'm redoing it. Just because the color doesn't work with what my end result is going to be. This won't work for being under a this tabard thing is going to be brown. Yeah, so it'll work better. There we go. Yeah, so what I might see how I feel, but I might call it quits pretty soon. throw all those clone troopers in my airbrush booth just to clean up all the stuff that I missed with uh, the black rattle can primer. I had primed them with the white rattle can, and then based on some advice, I reprimed them black. But I missed a bunch of little spots all over there where you can still see the white. Since a lot of those spots are ones that I want to be uh, black, I'll need to fix that. And since it's already primed, I'm not too concerned about just using a airbrush with black, like coal black. Oh, Smiling Beagle is on. Um, so I need to get those fixed. Cause I might do some army painting tonight. Just maybe. Uh, um, 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 yeah. So in retrospect, I should have done this before I did his skin, because I'm getting it on his leku and on his neck, which means now I got to go back and fix that. That's what I did not want to do. Light. Ah. Luckily, that's on the back side of the lake, the leku, however you pronounce those tentacle things on a Twi'lek. So it's just that shadow color. Same with his neck. I definitely need to make some adjustments to my camera too. Uh, Second. Uh, don't mind me. Ignore the man behind the curtain. All right. Hey, Inky, you still there? So I think I want to just go straight to bright warm gray. I think so. And then for the highlight, I can just mix in some ivory. And that should keep that warm, theoretically. We'll see. Out. Um, yeah, I think I might call it pretty soon. Um, I definitely need to mess with this camera a bit. I feel like that jumped too high. Maybe if we darken it just a tad. Oh, shoot. Chris. Yep, I think that will work. This will work. It's a much better workup than the first one. This is going to give us a much more of a still creamy, but more brownish tone. That last one was way too peachy colored. So this will work better. And uh, that's good for the base. Alright, so now do my little we're just gonna mix that bright warm gray about 1-to-1 with ivory. I'm just gonna apply these to some of the tips of these highlights. Some of these edges. And okay. That's gonna work. Ish. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it for a bit. Like I said, I might let's first let's take us out here. So what we got done. We're at almost 5 hours here. And I know the color on this is not, my camera is not functioning the best, but we did his skin, and we did that undershirt tunic. And we also rock and rolled with this guy, using just the one-step paint and a Zenithal Prime. Well, black primer and white dry brush. And then just used a white blue mixed with the special sauce, which made that armor look amazing. And then I just used a graphite gray one-step paint on that rifle. Probably still need to do a little bit of touching up, but not today. Maybe today. Not in stream. So let us take this out. I'm not sure if I will be back later. It is 1:22 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I might roll back on a little later tonight. I got some stuff I want to get done. Anyone that was here at the beginning of the stream saw that, these clone troopers, I had primed them rattle can with white, and then changed strategies, re-primed them with the black rattle can, and I missed a lot of spots. So white is peeking through in areas that it really needs to be black, where the leather's going to be. Luca the Devil, hello. Welcome in. I'm actually getting ready to quit for the afternoon. But feel free to shoot a follow. I will probably be back on later tonight. It's about 1:30 Pacific Standard Time. So I want to take all of my clone troopers and throw them in the airbrush booth, and fix all those gaps with black. Just black paint. I don't need to prime it. It's white primer under it. I also want to play around with my miniature painting camera. It's kind of awesome. I would appreciate that. Yeah, I had here, I'll switch over real quick just to show. Had a lot of issues with this camera. I had some major glare, and now it's not horrible. Actually, you can't see it right now, but some of the white primer is still, it's glitching on the screen. So I need to mess with my camera software, some of the settings on there, and try to fix that before I roll back on. But I am thinking of coming back on later tonight. Maybe tomorrow. It is a 3-day weekend in America for Memorial Day. So, yeah, if I'm not on tonight, I'll probably be on for a period of time tomorrow, maybe tomorrow night. But, yeah, everybody, appreciate you all jumping in. Luca, hopefully I see you next time I'm on. And, if I don't see you guys, have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. Or if you're not in America, have a wonderful, normal weekend. But beyond that, as always, stay mad,